Hey y'all, we're back live, and they have not started the wall comp in the live feeds yet, so I'm still waiting. But what do you guys think? So far, we got Riley exiting, we got a lot of crying, and I would have had Riley as the probably the winner of the wall comp if he stuck around. So I think everybody outside of maybe Catherine and I guess Lauren, perhaps, they all benefit from Riley going home. So let's see. Yeah, it's not on the feeds yet. So I may actually exit out of this live chat for a little bit if it doesn't start soon. I just wanted to capture the wall comp as soon as possible. Right now, you can see it's the kittens. They're actually kind of adorable, to be honest. So, kittens and the music. Maybe I'll leave the music on in the background, just have it a little bit lower. But yeah, I'm actually kind of shocked. I'm shocked that they are actually showing the HOH competition. I thought that was. I honestly, I thought that the HOH competitions were done for on Thursday because I don't know. They just don't want to show us them. But I'm glad that even if they don't show us the start of the HOH comp on Thursday, they're going to show us the endurance comp on the live feeds. Hopefully, it starts off soon. I'm guessing they're getting everybody in their gear. Maybe that's part of it too. Maybe they want people to dress nicely for the Thursday episode, and then they want that's probably what it is actually. They probably just and then want them to get into their athletic gear after. But I'm gonna be here. I oh, sorry, we hit a snag there. But I plan on watching until there's a winner. And I will switch my camera as soon as the live feeds come back up. So yeah. Who do I think will win the wall comp? So I gave this a lot of thought. Uh, I'm glad that the episode turned out the way that it did because I thought Riley was going to stay this week as I figured he was going to win the blockbuster. I'm glad he didn't. But I also figured that he would actually win the vote too because I had Ava voting differently, and I had basically I had Riley staying against both Morgan and Mickey, and I thought it was going to be a 5-4 vote. So Ava was the deciding vote. That was the one that I was kind of unclear on, and you would think it would be Vince, but I thought Vince was very clear that he doesn't benefit from Morgan getting out of the game. Morgan is way closer to Vince than Riley is, and she's going to do things for to benefit his game way more than Riley would. So I think that that was a much easier decision than Vince made it look like. Um, who's gonna win? So it's got to be the body type. Is you got to be slender, and usually like extremely tall people and bulky people they don't win this. So I don't think Keanu is likely to win this. I think that it's going to be somebody like a Lauren or a Morgan or a Catherine. That's like the right body type. And it also depends on who is going to be able to withstand cold water. And like I hate that that's part of the calculus, but I guess that means that Ashley, with all her shower situations that the show has played up, I don't think she likes cold water very much. And I guess Vince, I don't know if you guys saw this, but this week Vince had took like a over hour long shower once too, and they were kind of talking about it. These people with their showers, it's not a big deal for me, but I guess in that situation, anything annoys these people. So Vince could totally win though. I mean, Vince has the right body type. It's always people that are slender and they're like not extremely tall but not extremely short. I think being super tall, it kind of hurts you because you just have a longer frame and it just hurts your body that much more. But yeah, it's going to be someone like a Lauren or Morgan. I don't think Ava's going to win this. I don't think Will's got this. I don't think Keanu's got this. I don't think Rachel's got this. I think age plays into the wall comp as well. Um, yeah, it's going to be somebody in their 20s or early 30s. Yeah, I think I'm just describing basically Lauren, Catherine, Morgan. I think that's what I'm describing. Vince. Vince could also win. Who do you guys want to win? Who like one thing that I think about this season is that it's not a runaway freight train type of season. I kind of appreciate that. And this feels like old school Big Brother with really bad players, but it's so bad that it's good because they're bad. Nobody can just like Derek their way to the end and make the game boring. Um, so yeah. Oh, that's right. I mentioned Rachel earlier. Obviously, she's not playing this comp, so I shouldn't have mentioned her. But if she was playing this comp, I don't think she could win uh, this type of comp. What do you guys think about Boston Rob being on the episode today? Because if I didn't know any better, it seemed like Julie gave him an open invitation to play Big Brother, and they've already broken that seal with Suri. Um, to be honest, what do you guys think about a Big Brother All Stars with only former Survivor players? So maybe not Big Brother All Stars, but you know what I kind of like what they're doing with the Amazing Race this season. They've got all Big Brother players playing the Amazing Race, and of course, Amazing Race has a history of cross pollination with the other CBS reality shows. But Big Brother, they've done Amazing Race contestants. I think was it season 18. I honestly I forget their names, but it was the season that Nicole Frenzel won. And then they were gone by like the first. Jackie I think was one of them, and then the guy that she was with I forget his name, but they were gone pretty early. And I think that yeah, the Amazing Race has done this, but Big Brother has brought on two Amazing Race players and one Survivor player, but a whole season of Survivor players playing a different game, and a whole season of Big Brother players playing Survivor. Like those are the types of things that I think are really interesting. I really liked it how Lisa, for example, for those of you watching Australian Survivor, you know, that's probably why you're on my channel, actually. But for those of you watching it, Lisa, I thought, made a really great point that we're into the Survivor multiverse right now, and we're in the reality TV multiverse where the things that we thought weren't, the mashups we thought weren't going to happen, they're happening. And so Up is down, down is up. The things we thought could never happen, that we would never get. Suri, Tony, and Parv on the same season as the madness of King George. Like, that's a crazy, crazy thing. I honestly never thought I would see that. Shawnee is on the same season as Parvati. I'm like I don't know. That's it's I still don't believe that season's happening, and it's happened. It's already been filmed. There's a winner. We're just waiting to find out. I'm still like flabbergasted, and I'm the one who's like posting videos for y'all on that front. So what if we do this for Survivor? Big Brother, we Amazing Race is already getting the other shows involved as well. So I like this. I like this sort of thing. It's fresh. It's not like All Star situations where you have people from that franchise that know how to play that game that are like going to potentially make the game boring because of how much they know the game. Nah, Survivor players like Big Brother is like it has machinations similar, but there's so much more luck in Big Brother than there is in Survivor. Survivor has luck when it comes to things like hidden immunity idols, but there are machinations where you can just like ride your social game to the end and just win on that basis. But Big Brother, you know, you can be in the HOH room one week and be evicted the next, and there's so much variance in the game. It's so different. Um, so like there's a ton of skill obviously that goes into it, but you can be one of the most skilled players and just not win the comp that you need to, and you're booted as a result. You know, I'm thinking of somebody like Vanessa Russo, for example, not winning the comp that she needs to, and that is why she doesn't win the season. And so yeah, that's just how it goes. Far more in Big Brother than in Survivor. Usually in Survivor, one of the best players does win, and that's not always the case in Big Brother. So, uh, which is I find very entertaining from a fan perspective, but I'd probably find very annoying from a game player's perspective, because Big Brother's not a game where you can have any semblance of control. Where Survivor you can. So yeah, you know, different games. So it'd be really interesting to see a bunch of Survivor players play Big Brother. And by the way, it seems Sari talked about this about Big Brother 25. She talked about how she was just like she would prefer to play Survivor, and look at her, she's playing Survivor in Australia, albeit a 16-day season, but she's still playing it. And her main thing was that she didn't realize how long Big Brother was, and that at least on Survivor you can walk around the jungle and all that. So, you know, it is. They're two different games, but it would be really cool if we got Big Brother players on Survivor and Survivor players playing Big Brother, and just had like a season like that. So many different options now. I think Australian Survivor has built up the case for like how the mashups work, and I think the Amazing Race has also built up the case with how they do their casting too. So and I'm so sorry, y'all. I thought that they were going to get to the wall comp challenge quicker, but as soon as they get to it, I'm going to shift my camera so you guys can see what's going on with the HOH competition, and we will see who they crown for the HOH. I'm excited. I'm excited. Usually we have to find it takes forever for us to find out. We don't get competitions on Thursdays. I hate it. I mentioned it earlier, but I wish we had competitions on Thursdays, HOH. But I also get it. They want the players to be dressed in their finest, and then they want to give them time, I guess, to get into their athletic gear for the competition. So it is what it is. It's TV. Okay, just based on body type wise, I think Morgan, Mickey, Lauren, Vince. I think that's right. I think they do have the best shot at winning this. Um, who do you guys want to win, and who do you want to be targeted? If I'm being honest, I would probably want Mickey to be targeted, and I hope she doesn't win. And I want her to actually go out this time. I don't. Maybe not. Maybe if it's impossible to get Mickey out, maybe I don't want her targeted. I don't know. My issue with Mickey is that I think that she does something. She's really smart in some ways, but not as aware as she thinks she is. And there's something really annoying about a person that does not recognize that other people have a game to play, and that uh, they're not playing for you to win. And like all of her arguments to people are about how she's going to win and why she's going to win, even if like she's talking to people like, Morgan, for example, of like, well, I would win against this person if I sat next to this person, and she makes the implication that she does not think she should sit next to Morgan, for example, and it's like, I don't like that. I think that that's a little too cocky, a little too presumptuous, and it's not the right it's not right gameplay, but it also kind of rubs me the wrong way. Because I think that it just denies the fact that everybody wants to win. You know, it's like you know, it's like it's a me Mario. I'm a gonna win, but then it's a me Luigi. I'm a gonna win, right? No, it's me Mickey, and you want me to win, and it's like, no, Mickey, like get there, and then maybe you can win. But don't present to me why we should uh, play your game so that you can win when you don't even want me in the final two. Like I don't even know how or why that has worked so far for Mickey. I don't think it's gonna last much longer. I can't imagine how that can last. You have to let people know what's in it for them to keep you around. It's seems pretty basic to me, but Mickey's style of gameplay on a personal level just rubs me the wrong way because of how presumptuous it is that everybody's going to want to play for her to win. And it's like, nah, like it's peaking too soon type of gameplay. So be humble. Uh, it's like the great Kendrick Lamar said, sit down, be humble. For those who just joined, I started this live chat thinking that the HOH comp was going to start right away. It hasn't, so just bear with us. I'm going to switch the camera to the HOH comp as soon as it starts out. Right now, you can see it's on the animals. I'm gonna do the quad cam, I guess. Maybe if there's not much difference between the cameras, I'll switch it to one of the cameras when the competition starts. But I figure with the quad cam we can see more area on the wall. Oh my gosh, this dog is so cute. So what do you guys think? Is there going to be any fallout from Riley going home this week? I know that there's going to be maybe some from Catherine, but is there really? Uh, I, I could be wrong, but I suspect that a lot of the people in the house, they just think that Riley's like this wonderful whatever. I guess I don't know, but um, I kind of feel like it's going to just like go away and they're just going to get on with it. I think Catherine's game is improved from both a creeper being obsessed with her standpoint as well as um, just not being tied to a showmance. I think that that's the main thing. I get the impression that Catherine can win competitions, and I think that she can play under the radar, but this she's been forced under the radar because of how much she's been forced into like gameplay with Riley. And for those who haven't watched a ton of live feeds, he is pretty controlling in terms of who she can talk to and when. And so kind of cock blocking her game, I guess, so to speak. And so game blocking, I don't know, maybe that's a better way to say it. But yeah, I feel like that's the case with Riley going home. I think that that opens up Catherine to shine, and she's kind of in a really good spot. I think losing her showmance, losing that power base, but also like she's able to come out of her shell. I don't know if any of you all watched Big Brother Canada 2, but she kind of reminds me, the position she's in kind of reminds me of the position Neda was in before Jury, where Neda was just like a afterthought a little bit, but then she, she just really turned it on uh, after the Jury, and she was just intentionally under the radar. I'm not sure if that's necessarily the case with Catherine. I think that was more Riley's controlling this and always wanting to be with her that forced her under the radar. But it could potentially work for her. So I don't know what you guys think about that. By the way, and this is not to shame any dad bods. I have kind of a dad bod myself, but uh, Boston Rob, he definitely was dad bodding out, and he looked tired as hell. Like, I guess that comes with the territory. He's got what, like 5 daughters or something like that. Yeah, I can only imagine how little sleep one gets when you have that many kids. I think they're older now, but I maybe I think maybe they still have him and Amber still. Amber, Amber, I should say Amber. Maybe they still have a couple that are minors. I want to say something like that. So thought that was really interesting. I liked the conversation. Normally, I don't care for a ton of the unlock stuff, but I kind of liked it today at the end of the live eviction episode. I liked the conversation. I thought it was definitely interesting. And, Derek talking about trying to play Survivor, Boston Rob talking about uh, what I got from it is Boston Round's like, hell no, do I want to be in the house for 3 months? But if you're going to give me an appearance fee, that then I will consider. Like I felt like that was Boston Rob negotiating an appearance fee to come on to Big Brother, and Julie inviting him on, being like, no, we're gonna give you the standard appearance fee, whatever that is. And he's like, I'm Boston fucking Rob. Like, I don't get standard appearance fees. I get money money. uh by the way, I don't know if anybody in the comments, if you know what the appearance fee for Dondi was for Boston Rob for season 1, and for Parvati and David and Dr. Will. Dr. Will played Dondi. He came out of retirement to play Deal or No Deal Island. I'm still like, I'm still amazed that we got the benefit of being able to see Dr. Will. And sure, he didn't win, but he won my heart again. And I think that his whole persona, and I don't know if you guys are all aware, by the way, that Dr. Will, apparently he does have a heart. It's not just like he's not just a robot. So I can't remember the exact quote, but yeah, the one person he evicted that he had the full authority to evict in Dondi was MG. And guess what? He gave her a job. I don't know if you guys are all aware, but he flew MG out to California to give her a job. I guess Dr. Will never winning a competition, he's never really been the person that's been the sole reason or the major reason for somebody to go out of one of these games. So he was faced with that situation for the first time in Dondi, and apparently Dr. Will truly felt bad, and he gave the person he evicted from the game, he gave them a job. And MG definitely won at life by getting a job at Dr. Will's very successful clinic, and he's like apparently a world renowned plastic surgeon, and he created some type of, I don't know exactly what it is, but Dr. Will created some type of procedure that is like used all around the world, and he's like the inventor of this specific procedure. And so yeah, Dr. Will is like extremely accomplished in a way that we don't normally get from a lot of reality TV contestants. And I think he became a lot more accomplished after his Big Brother 2 victory. So it was kind of a cool quirk in the, as Lisa on Australian Survivor put it, entering the multiverse of Survivor and reality TV. Well, Dr. Will entered the Deal or No Deal Island multiverse, as did Parvati and David. And now they're on Australian Survivor, Parvati and David. So yeah, it's really really kind of cool how that worked out. And Uh, and it is interesting that the one time Dr. Will has had the power to get rid of somebody, and he was the sole person to do so, he decided to give them a job in his business, and now apparently MG is doing well there as well. So yeah, he uh, he thinks he's a cold-hearted asshole, but I think that Dr. Will is more of a teddy bear than his persona lets on. Is Dr. Will still doing the round table at the end of the season, or are they changing that? Does anybody know? Anybody mention in the comments? I hope they don't change that. I like Dr. Will in that spot, but I feel like maybe they're changing that now that they've got Derek and Taylor for BB Unlocked. Some of you want to do your own thing. I get it. At this point, I'm gonna leave this live stream on throughout the HOH competition once it starts and then until it ends. So I just don't know when it's gonna turn on, and I want to get every second of it. But if you guys want to keep this on in the background, or if you guys want to exit and come back when and check it out, hopefully we get this wall comp uh, showing soon so that we can actually watch a winner and before the Sunday episode. So, what are your Big Brother snacks? What do you guys watch? What do you guys munch on while watching Big Brother? For me, it's usually chips and salsa, but right now I got some cheddar and sour cream potato chips. Pretty good. Pretty good. By the way, one of the things that I like to do with cheddar and sour cream potato chips, if you guys ever make French omelets, it's just like kind of just the method to fold the omelet while you're cooking it. I got this from the Bear. I don't know if you guys watched that, but I basically take the cheddar and sour cream potato chips. I crumble them on top of the omelet, and it gives a really nice crunch. And then if you have chives, it's really good if you can put fresh chives. I guess in the pinch, the shaker chives, dried chives or whatever can work, but fresh is always better. So that's what I like to do uh, for breakfast, but I also like to have that as like a Big Brother viewing snack. I love breakfast for dinner. Call me Ron Swanson, I guess. But I don't know. There's something about having an omelet for dinner that is really, really appealing to me. So, what do you guys like while watching Big Brother? Chips and salsa, omelet with cheddar and sour cream, potato chips crumbled on top. What do you guys like? Or do you guys not like any snacks while watching Big Brother? You just want to sip your tea as you get the tea. Look at that face. That's Scooby. Hi, buddy. So this guy is a 7.5 pound forever puppy. He is going to turn 13 next month. But he's tiny. He's smaller than most cats. He tries to befriend cats, but don't let his small stature fool you. He's killed 2 mice and haven't had mice since. But yeah, he's a Brussels Griffon. They were bred to kill rodents. Hey, buddy. Want to say hi? Want to say hi? Hi. Oh man, this is taking a lot longer than I thought it would. What did you guys think, by the way, of the diary room yesterday with Will, where he just talked about how he pretty much is not really paying attention to what people are saying. He's just being agreeable, parroting back the last thing they said. Um, like, I feel like it really works for him, and he's just like a nice guy. He's agreeable and people pleaser, whatever. But maybe doesn't necessarily come across as just a agreeable people pleaser to the people in the house. They just like him and they like being around him. Um, One of the things that I did not like about that segment, though, is does that mean that Will is not going to pick up on information that is going to be dropped to him from the other people? We already know that he's at a deficit of when it comes to being able to win physical comps. But he's the oldest person in the house and all that. But I do believe he can win comps. The HOH, for example, that Ava won is Will just answering incorrectly, and I kind of got the impression that he threw it because he knew that Ava was. It was between him and Ava, and he knew that she's not gonna put him up. I mean, Will and Ava, they spend like probably more time with each other than they do with anybody else. So yeah, she wasn't gonna put Will up. So something that I've been kind of pondering here that Will definitely, in order to win this game, would need to win a couple of competitions because he needs a resume, and that's how modern Big Brother works. You can't be Dr. Will's an anomaly, basically, when it comes to not having challenge wins on your resume, allowing you to win. And also, Big Brother 2 didn't have the veto competition, so maybe that's a completely different case. But yeah, I wonder if our Will from season 27, if he has what it takes in order to win. I will tell you this much: if I had some what of a read in the house and I was there, him not winning competitions or seeming like he might not be able to win some of the physical ones. Who knows? I would not hold that against Will. I would actually I would be thinking that I need to get him to jury, but because he can't win competitions, we can get him out. But I would definitely get Will out. I would not carry him to the point where people start thinking that he's a goat because I don't actually think Will's a goat. I think Will is too likable to be in the quote unquote goat position. So you find yourself at the end with Will, and let's say you're Ashley and Keanu, for example, they can't beat Will. And even Ava, like I'm not sure. Like Will's extremely likable, and that matters a lot. So I don't know what you guys think about my feelings about Will playing the ultimate social game. I mean, that's all he's got, right? He's not a physical player, um, and maybe he can win like a crapshoot HOH or a questions HOH type of thing, a knockout type of situation. I guess they already did that, but like he's he's not a threatening player, but everybody likes him, and in a game like Big Brother where you don't know where the power balance is gonna shift from week to week. A guy like Will is really like somebody to watch out for. I would not want to sit next to him in the final two. You know. But then again, what do I know? I thought on season 25 when Jag decided to cut Bowie Jane to take Matt to the end, I thought, oh hell no! Like he's supposed to be doing it for the Punjabi Sikh community, and here Jag did just first of all he was voted out, and then got back because of Matt's power, and he's like, okay, I have to repay Matt because of that. Like okay, whatever. Like, um, I think it's fine. It's fine at final three to vote somebody out if you have a better shot at winning against somebody else. But it didn't end up mattering. What do I know then? I could have sworn that Matt was going to defeat Jag in that final two, but he still won. So sometimes I guess the conventional wisdom of uh, like I'm just gonna comp my way to the end, and I'm just gonna win against anybody, and I'm gonna just take who I want to take, and that's that. Sometimes that wins too. So there's so many different ways to look at it. And maybe on a season like this, where there are no real good players and people aren't thinking strategically, maybe that is the case. Uh, maybe a person like Keanu can take a person like Will to the end and win. Um, I personally think that Keanu should be taking a person like Kelly or Rachel. But Rachel's kind of she's kind of difficult actually too, because I think that as much as today Rachel couldn't win a jury vote with this specific cast, I'm not so sure the pathway that it would take for Rachel to get to the end. I think you kind of have to vote her the winner, the two-time winner, or maybe there's just no way for her to win because it would make her the two-time winner. I don't know. I don't know. I, as a person who loves these shows, I would not hold it against somebody that they had already won. I would not hold it against them to vote for them to win if I wanted them to win, if I was on a jury. But everybody thinks differently. Some people don't want to vote for a two-time winner. I was actually thinking about this from Survivor Australia versus the World. I hope a lot of you have already seen the season or whatever, the first three episodes. But like for example, I think going in, like I was thinking about is Parvati and Sri is a really tight pair, and they've worked together really well, and they are going to continue to work together. That's just what it is. But at what point does Parvati understand, especially if Australian Survivor, Australia versus the World, what if it's a final two? And at what point does Parvati understand that she has a, she does not have a shot at beating Suri at the end, especially now that we know that Lisa is a super fan of Suri's. It's just one of those things where I it's an interesting thing where what if Parvati's best shot at winning the game is to go to the end with Tony? What if Parvati as a winner needs to go up against a two-time winner because they're less likely to give a winner a second win unless either way they have to vote for a winner? You know? I like it makes sense in my mind. Like I would probably think the same way uh if I were a winner going on to a future season of Survivor Big Brother. I would also want to align with the other winners, especially if there was a winner that had one more win than me. I would want to absolutely align with them, go to the end, and be like, yeah, motherfuckers won $3 million. Like, how about them apples, you know? And Parvati, she had the best of all worlds because she could have, if David was still in the game and if he was there towards a merge or whatever, she could have just been like, yeah, motherfucker's got $5.8 million. Yeah, you want to give him more money? you know? And as much as us game nerds and our reality TV Survivor and Big Brother fans, as much as we don't think that matters, that shit has to matter. It always matters. They're human. They're not just these robot characters that we see on TV. It's not scripted TV. It's edited, heavily edited shows, of course, but they say what they say and they do what they do. And so Yeah, I think that Parvati should want to actually go to the end with Tony, um, and that's a better shot for her to win. Uh, Even Lisa, but I'm not sure if Lisa is willing to cut Suri. I think Suri goes to the end with anybody, she wins. I just think that's just what happens. And right now, it's a really, really strong bet that the world has the upper hand at the merge, the world tribe, over Australia. So if that's the case, I mean, you know, we'll see how that goes. It would be really cool. I'm not gonna lie, it would be really cool to see Suri finally get her win. But I kind of like. Also, I like Lisa. And Cass kind of showed a little bit on the World Tribe, but I know this is controversial, but especially since she was the God Slayer and the King Slayer. But Kirby, I kind of like Kirby. I don't know what you guys think about Kirby. Um, I haven't seen her original Australian Survivor season, but I was I'm amazed at how much ice water she has in her veins. Just amazed by all of it. So sorry if you didn't want Australian Survivor. Sorry if you didn't want that little synopsis here. I just figured that a lot of you found my channel because of Australian Survivors, so wanted to give it a little shout. I will say the Big Brother producers, they have the cutest little kittens and dogs on the wait screen for the live feed. So at least we got that, right? If you guys want to see some of the cuteness. Yeah, so I put music on the Australian Survivor episodes to avoid copyright, and so far they have found me a little bit. Like they gave me like a little. It's not a strike on my account. They're allowing the videos to remain, and I think it's because of the music. What I'm gonna do as far as the music goes is I'm gonna stop having any of the music when it comes to uh, like in the episode. Is I've come to realize that's really distracting. Um, but like I'm gonna keep the music for the intros. I think it's kind of funny. It is what it is, you know. Like you got to do what you got to do to keep the videos up as long as possible. My whole thing was that I was trying to find out how to watch Australian Survivor. Um, I didn't know how to, and then I kind of figured it out. And it was a download that I was able to find, and then I was like, well, I might as well just share it. Because I figured there's a lot of people out there. And it's like kind of dumb that uh, the Australian Survivor it's not airing in the other countries. I just don't get it, especially since it's Endemol Productions. It's like the same production companies, and like I guess not exactly. Endemol is like the Big Brother production company, but it's like I don't know. It's under the same Paramount Plus umbrella. I get it's different with from country to country, but you're literally having American Survivor players, Canadian, um, Finnish, South African, New Zealand. Like, why not like play it internationally like it's the Olympics? And I did a video about is Australian Survivor onto something? Is it like a quote unquote Olympics Survivor style? Is that something that they should do carrying forward? Watch that video and let me know what you think. Maybe you got some time. Uh, looks like is, is it 11 o'clock Eastern time that it's supposed to be on? Yeah, sorry guys. My chat window wasn't working well, so like I see that I have so many missed comments, and I really apologize. Okay, so the Survivor episodes, Australian Survivor, they come out uh, Sunday, Monday, and Tuesday. Hey, Paula's Forgotten Treasures. I apologize. I totally was not getting these chats. I think I had the chat filtered to relevant rather than all comments, and for some reason it did not update. Yeah. I honestly, I only think that it's between Lauren, Morgan, Mickey, um, Catherine, Vince, and Kelly. That's like the body type that can win this comp. Slender, uh, kind of long and slender, but not too long to the point where your torso is too big. Um, and you do kind of have to look at it that way. I'm not trying to fat shame anybody or anything like that. I got a dad bod myself, but like, I'm not a dad, but I do have a dad bod. But no, it's one of those things where I think it's I don't know, it's very difficult to to win if you're a person like Will or Keanu. Even the big meaty guys don't win this type of wall comp. Riley could have won this. Actually, I think that Riley being evicted right before the wall comp is good for everybody else. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, for that reason, I agree. I don't want a a Kelly Keanu um, easy peasy block situation. But at the same time, while they've been doing that, both Kelly and Keanu have proven that they can win the veto and blockbuster competitions in those spots too. So I don't know. I really, really enjoy Big Brother when the target wins veto. I'm sure that I'm speaking to the choir here when I say that, but there's something really, really sweet. No matter who is the HOH, even if I like them, it's there's a lot of drama that is generated from the HOH's target being safe and needing to nominate somebody else in their place. Uh, I think that's kind of cool. But who do I not want to see go home? I don't want to see Keanu go home primarily because um, even though he like has really bad reads in the house, for the most part, he seems like he's kind of sweet in a way. And he also seems like he will do the mechanical things in the game to further his game. When he wins power, he knows what to do, even if he doesn't know how to like play the right social game where he doesn't need power, I guess. But whatever. Keanu's like kind of an interesting player. Uh, I think it's kind of interesting for me to see somebody who's so beefy and a challenge comp beast who like goes at like half speed in these challenges because he's really versatile, and I normally don't really care for a lot of the challenges, but I do like comp beasts like Keanu because he can win physical comps, but he can also win mental comps and puzzles, and he's like, yeah, he is hilarious. His, I don't know. He's. At first, I thought he was kind of like a cross between Devin Bro from BB16 and Josh Martinez, BB19. You all know where Josh Martinez is from, but I think he's actually like far more likable than both of those guys, but like probably I don't know. Like he's not a good player. But there's something about Keanu that I just I really do like. And I kind of like that there isn't a good player this season, and I guess Rachel's kind of okay, but she's not like the type of returnee that can just run shop uh all over all these people. She's like the perfect returnee to come back. I like that's the type of returnee that I want. You know, Keanu became endearing because how honestly bad he is at the game. Yeah, yeah, I think I agree with that, but I think it's more than that though, because if you're an asshole, it doesn't work. He's like an oblivious, like non-self-aware person, but he's not an asshole. He's like in his heart of hearts, I think he is like a teddy bear, and I think he's probably like even people who are annoyed by him in real life, I feel like they actually like he endears himself to them. Like I don't know if like a player like let's say Riley, I don't know if I could ever get on board with Riley becoming endearing, even if he was like super honest, or Jackson Mickey, like in that mold. I just don't care for that. I think it's like he's a gentle giant. He's like a nerd trapped in the body of a jock, I guess. If that makes sense. That's what like I find endearing about Keanu. You know, I feel like he in the one sense he's going to be working out in the gym, and then in the next minute he's going to be I could play chess with him. I like to play chess, and so I don't know. There's something kind of kooky and endearing about Keanu, and I like that he the one person that is really like seems to have his back in the game, even if she's not sharing everything with him, is Rachel. But Keanu like questions that, but he's starting to question it a lot less. Uh, I don't. I never underst I still don't understand why Keanu voted to evict Riley. I think he should have just done what Rachel told him to do. But if they can regroup, if Rachel and Keanu can regroup now that Riley's gone, and despite the fact that he voted to keep Riley, uh, like maybe they can use that to their advantage. Maybe they can have a fake fight type of situation, only if they know that they're with each other no matter what. See, that's the problem with a guy like Keanu is his honesty would not allow him to play that game, and he also like wanted so badly to believe that Riley was with him when Riley and Catherine couldn't give a shit about Keanu. So that's the thing that actually like kind of is irritating about Keanu. But he is lovable. I like him, and I like that he can go beast mode in not just the physical comps. He can go beast mode in mental comps too. He might be one of the like I don't know like how this is going to turn out, but I think Keanu has the potential to be one of the winningest comp beasts in the game because of the versatility of the comps that he can win. Um, I would say people like Michael Jag, they're huge comp beasts as well and also versatile. But I think Keanu is more versatile because of how he like takes a step back. Like in that puzzle comp for the blockbuster, it was like Keanu was doing it at like not even half speed, at a quarter of the speed of everybody else. But and like that Vito where where you had to, it was like the step bridge, kind of like the Squid Game step bridge thing. Like I'm just really, and again, I don't really like competitions, but the variety of comps that he can win and the way that the comps have been better for TV. The blockbuster this season has been better for live TV as far as comps goes. Normally, they can't get the screen ratio properly, so it's interesting. Hi, Aaron. How are you? We are still waiting for the wall comp. I hope it starts soon. maybe we're waiting. I guess some people have said that we might be waiting for California time for the show to finish in California. Yeah, Ava. Ava is actually playing probably one of the better under the radar games, considering that if she doesn't win another comp for the rest of the season, she won an HOH and she, you know, actually made a big move on her HOH. Wasn't that the one that Zach was voted out? Let me see. I'm pretty sure that was her HOH. Yeah, that was Ava's HOH with Zach getting voted out. And and he gets voted out with a $10,000 veto. Like so stupid. I think that Ava can throw comps because of that one comp win, and she can say that, well, I got out Zach. And now the house knows. By the way, I we saw in the episodes, right? Well, I guess Lauren and Morgan, they know that Zach had the $10,000 money that he won could have been a veto. So I think that Ava could potentially, if she gets that information, that's a key information for her to sit at the final two, and she could be like, "Look, I got this guy out who had this veto power that he could have at any time before jury, and he felt so comfortable on my head of household that he didn't use it, and I was able to get him out. Everybody that I nominated on the block, they were huge threats to my game, and also the huge threats to everybody else's game. Yeah, and very few people haven't won at least something yet. Yeah, like Will, he hasn't won anything. And I think Ashley's won something as well. And so, yeah, there's a lot of parity in this house. So I really hope what that means is that your comp wins are not going to be the thing that gets you your resume. I think this is the wrong season for that. There are seasons where there's place and time for that, but like, yeah, I see. This is the thing. I appreciate gameplay like Will's. I really do. It is really old school. Like, just I don't know if you guys remember Godfrey Manguiza from Big Brother Canada, but Big Brother Canada 3, he had this kind of gameplay where he did win a couple of comps, but he had this anybody but me kind of strategy, like Sandra style strategy, where he just like played week to week to guarantee his safety that week, and when he was on the block, he was able to flip votes in his favor, and so he wasn't able to articulate his game because a large part of flipping the votes was maintaining his lack of threat level, which is crazy because if you see Godfrey, he was a muscular dude, and at the time, anyways, and so uh, that's the thing. I really think that Will and Ava, if they get to the end, I actually like. I've been going back and forth on this. I feel like Ava actually needs to get to the end with somebody like Kelly or even Lauren, and I say Lauren not because I diminish her game, but I don't think Lauren actually can I don't think she can articulate her game. And I think that she's scared by her own shadow. And I think that people will go into a final to wanting to vote Lauren and then hear what she has to say and it'll be crickets. I don't trust Lauren. Um, and I think that she has to sit next to a huge goat. Like she has to sit next to a person like Kelly in order to win. I think Catherine beats Lauren, and just because of how, like, and I do think that this season, uh, like your final speech is going to matter far more than it has. I know in a lot of seasons, people go into the final two, they kind of know who they're going to vote for, and it doesn't. The final speeches don't really make huge impacts. Like on season 25, apparently, I've met America and Corey and Jag and Izzy and a few people from that season. Izzy, I guess, wasn't on the jury, but yeah, and I think that one of the things that they said was that Jag was actually going to win for the most part, like unless Matt crushed it, uh, and if anything, Jag's like aggressive speech kind of worked a little bit against him, and so like, but it didn't matter because he was going to win regardless, and so that's the feeling that I got. That's a take that I got from America and Corey. Anyways, I don't know if you guys have seen any exit interviews where that's what they said as well, but back to Ava, by the way, I really kind of dig how she is both careful and not careful with her words. And I guess what I mean by that is that she's very careful to not like overly offend. Um, or sorry, uh, she's like not very careful, I should say, actually, about like how she like proceeds forward in the game in terms of like not talking to people in certain situations when she should have conversations. But in this house it kind of works for her because what it ends up doing for Ava is she doesn't have the conversation that's going to sink her game, and so she is very careful about what information she gives out and to whom. And I think that in a house where like nobody can keep a fucking secret, I think that it's kind of good for Ava. And I I wonder though if she has to win. Like if Ava wins this comp, this wall comp, I think that she's on a good trajectory to winning the game, especially if she's able to get out somebody like I feel like Ava wants to get out Mickey. Um, I could be wrong, but Ashley maybe, I don't know. Like whoever Ava wants to get out, I think that she'll be able to do it with getting minimal blood on her hands. So we'll see. I'll be right back, guys. Yeah, so speaking of Godfrey, I don't know if you guys were aware of this. He posted a video, I want to say a couple years ago. He almost died. So like Godfrey, and this is crazy. I don't know if you are connected with him on Facebook or on social media, but he might still have the video up. And I'm not like preaching any confidence or anything like that. He posted this publicly, and so he, I guess, was walking. He had a bit too much to drink, and he was walking along a bridge, and he like tumbled over the bridge into a waterway, and he like was pulled out of this as he was about to drown. Somebody pulled him out and they saved his life, and it like they had to do CPR and all of that and revive him or whatever. So Godfrey Manguiza from Big Brother Canada 3, he like had a near death experience, which is wild. And the video that he talked about this, he was talking about how much he appreciates like that he's still alive, and he appreciates the person that saved his life and all that. So it was actually really it was a hard thing to watch, of course, because honestly, I was really clued into the Big Brother Canada 3 live feeds at the time, and I loved watching Godfrey. I didn't necessarily think that the episodes showed exactly what he was doing, but he was doing a lot, and unfortunately, the cast didn't understand what he was doing. I think that's like, and of course, like that's jury management. That's on the player and all of that. But I think if a lot of the cast, when they watched the season and they were looking between Sarah and Godfrey as winners, I don't know. I think Godfrey was clearly better than Sarah on Big Brother Canada 3 from the outside looking in. But I feel like a lot of the players also, like Jordan Parhar, I think he had commented that he had no idea the game that Godfrey was playing. And that's a flaw in that type of game, is that he was a psychology major and he needed them to think that he like was a high school dropout or whatever, is what he wanted them to think. And the problem was that they in the end they just didn't respect him and weren't going to vote for him to win. And so you downplay your threat level, like Godfrey, and it's brilliant for you because you're in trouble early on, and it allows you to navigate the game and get to the end. But then you can't make a case for you to win. And the person he's sitting next to, Sarah, like played a much louder game that was out there, and people knew at the very least they knew the moves she was making. She wasn't stealthy the way that Godfrey was, but that's how it goes. And I think that I don't know if who I would compare Godfrey's game to. Actually, the person whose game Godfrey's compares to the most, outside of like not being able to take credit for shit, is Dr. Will. They kind of play a similar game that's not predicated on winning challenges. It's predicated on situational moments when you need to get yourself off the block or you need to get yourself the votes. Both Dr. Will and Godfrey kind of play that style of game, where you're not necessarily driving the nominations. You really are like playing like the Sandra Diaz Twines Anybody But Me type of game, in that capacity. So and I know Godfrey also was kind of tied to Brittany and Sarah on BB Canada 3. So his game was, it wasn't exactly an Anybody But Me. He was, and I would argue that Sandra's isn't either. Like she is kind of driving the wheel for how Sandra wants the game to go forward. But at the end of the day, if the majority is going to vote Sandra's ally out and she can't do anything about it, she's going to vote her ally out. That's what she's going to do. And in the seasons after Heroes versus Villains, I think that Sandra has been playing with house money, and so she's gotten bolder. But her gameplay is the best when she does things like tossing out the fish and letting her top ally Krista take the fall for it. That's when Sandra is at her best. So you know, when she's like doing things that hurt her in certain situations, but then she can recover. That's Sandra. And I think Godfrey has that in him. Dr. Will has that style of game as well. Did any of you guys watch Dondi, Deal or No Deal Island? All right, I think that it's probably time to get your snacks, go to the bathroom, do all that stuff because I think that this is going to start in the next half hour. Um, Looks like I guess they're waiting for the live feed Wall comp for the Pacific time to end, but I think California, the show was on 2 hours, I guess, after it was on in Eastern and Central time, or maybe sorry, maybe it's on at 8 p.m. California time. Let me check actually. Yeah, so 8 p.m. Pacific is when it airs there, which is what 10 p.m. Central. Oh shit! I should have started. Sorry, guys. I should have started this live stream a lot later. I guess it will start at 11. I guess everybody's correct here. Well, now we know. I hope you guys had fun with me during all this while we wait. But I guess we can anticipate 27 more minutes for the wall comp. So let me put it on the dogs. So, question for y'all: what do you think about negotiating higher pay for the work that you do? Um, do you always negotiate high, and then settle like somewhere in the middle of what you want? Do you ask for exactly what you want, and hope that you get it? How do you give like an astronomical number that like offends your boss? What do you do in that situation? How do you go about this? Asking for a friend. Yeah, I agree with that, Macy's mom. You know, they say that like I always have a problem with when they say, "Do you tell your coworkers your salary?" Um, and honestly, you should. It could be uncomfortable, maybe, but that's going to make the bosses more uncomfortable because if you have people that are doing similar work for different pay scales, um, then they start asking questions, and that's like an informal union. Uh, because the boss has a lot of power over you in that situation. They make a lot of money off of you too. So it's always nice to, you know, get a little bit more of that piece of the pie. And a lot of that is going to be being in solidarity with your colleagues. I would even say that you should actually talk to people in your department, unless they might like be kind of like not willing to tell you their salary or whatever. And sometimes you find a person like that, but I think that the old adage that you don't talk about that stuff, it really does not benefit the worker. almost always only benefits the boss. So yeah, Macy's mom. I like what you're thinking about Riley. Definitely being the type who will still focus all his time and effort on Catherine. I am like, if I was one of her family members, I would definitely be very uncomfortable watching how he has been playing, very obsessed. And I did have to go back and forth on this idea of should he, like, I think Taylor Hale was actually the one who gave this kind of perspective of you kind of create the rules within the house, and if the house doesn't deem it um, acceptable to get him out, getting him out is the way to resolve the situation, because he technically hasn't like been physically abusive, but he's very like emotionally manipulative with Catherine, and she is a big girl. I don't want to infantilize her at all, but like, I don't know. I'm of the age where where like people who are under like 25, they all look like children to me, I guess. And so like, yeah, I've got a niece that's 17, and so like, I don't know. I do think about those things of, if my niece was playing, or if they were playing in a house like that, and there's a guy that was like Riley, like I would not like it at all. I would be like, and I would understand, like my niece has to play the way that she has to play, and she has to, this guy is going to be willing to throw his game away for her, but also in a super controlling way. And to the point where Riley was not okay with like Catherine talking game with other people. I don't know. Like I've seen that type of relationship in real life. It's almost always like, if it doesn't delve into physical abuse, it's like very mentally abusive and manipulative and all that. Like, I hope that's not who Riley is, but he just gave this. Yeah, there was a mixed reaction when he left the house, right? I So this is a thing. Mickey loves Riley. Of course, Mickey is also like, she's just in her own little world. She, in her mind, she won Big Brother with 13 players left in the house. So Mickey is Mickey. Um, but like Ava was crying when Riley left, and I wouldn't say that Ava is necessarily like, um, she's not like, yeah, she dresses like she's Blossom, I guess, but she's not like a weirdo. She's okay. You know what I mean. Like she's like capable of being self-aware in some situations, and I don't know. I feel like Riley is the type of person that we know far more about him than a lot of the other house guests do, because he acts differently around Catherine than he does everybody else. And that was kind of the red flag for me. It reminded me of, I won't get into specifics, but somebody that I know that was in a abusive relationship, and I considered her, she's not a sister, but I considered her like a sister, a close friend. And uh, like, that's what Riley with Catherine kind of reminded me of. And it's not like he's necessarily like, I don't know, for all, I just, I don't buy that he's like this good aw shucks guy either. Turns out he has like a rap sheet as well, but like, teach their own. I'm not trying to like judge Riley. I just look at, it's hard for me not to. I'm 41. Just laying it out there, but like women that are like 25 or younger, they look like girls to me. They look like they like I can't help but think of them the way that I think of my nieces and my nephew. And so it's just really hard for me to watch the way that Riley talked to Catherine and to be okay with it and not think about, well, what if a guy was doing that to my niece that's 17. So it's just one of those things, right? And so I don't know. He Riley, but also Cody, I should mention that Riley got a kiss from Catherine on his way out. So it's possible that she likes him, or it's Stockholm syndrome, or whatever the case. I'm just glad that she's like free from him for now. And the other thing that's complicated here is like you can't really blame Catherine for that either, because like this guy literally would, if they're both on the block and he won veto, I take him at his word that he would use the veto on her. I take him at his word that he would throw a blockbuster competition for Catherine. So like I don't know, like she had to like play with it because it was part of her game, I guess, right? So yeah, the studio audience was mixed. I wonder how much has anybody attended a live viewing of Big Brother, because I kind of feel like they like, do they have regular folks in the audience, or is it selected people for the audience, because it's very rare for them to get boo birds. I can't remember, was it, did Amanda on season 15 get the boo birds, or somebody in the past got boos and then they started controlling. You intended BB Can 5 live audience. Okay. Oh, that was the All Star season, right? Where I think Kevin won BB Can 5, right? I saw that season. I want to say Kevin, yeah. And that was the season where oh yeah, the epic. Do you remember the epic eviction of Dre, I think. She was the Haitian Canadian from Quebec, and she like twerked her way out of the house. Oh my god, it was hilarious. Oh, you were there. Oh, yeah. So like Neda, like being who she was in season 5, it really was. Oh man, yeah. Like honestly, like I have so mixed feelings about that, because Netta like had what, that 5 week safety or whatever. She got like that gave her HOH itis. You know, the way that Mickey had HOH itis not only the week after she was HOH, but like this week when she was like on the block, she still had HOHitis. I don't like, something has to go through your head when you have so much safety that you feel invincible. Is Didn't Neda go home the very first week that she did not have safety? Um, and like when you compare that to her game in BB Can 2, and it's like she played from the bottom like the entire first half of the game, and then uh that's the thing, like too much safety gets to people's heads. And she you know, because she was great in BB Can too. I mean, her only major flaw was not locking something down with John, where he was willing to sacrifice his game to take her to the end. But not everybody is a Derek or Tony Vlachos was able to do that with Wu too, um, in Survivor Cagayan. Yeah, yeah. Netta was definitely a mean girl in BB Can 5. She wasn't really a mean girl in BB Can 2. And I think her and maybe Aika, I think, got out week 3. So we don't know if her and Aika were going to blow up in the future. But Netta was pretty good that season. And yeah, like that's the other thing. Like you have too much safety, it gets to your head. And then you become Regina George. And I think that's what happened with Neda. Um, man, I was so disappointed with how she came out and came out of BB Can 5. Just she was probably her and maybe Aika were the two people that I was most excited to see what play. By the way, I think Aika and Demetrius are still together. I want to say they got married. I could be wrong on that, but I think they did get married. So actually, I guess I got my computer here, and challenge is going to start in about 4 minutes. So let me look that up. Yep, they are married. Okay, don't have to look it up. One thing that I did not like though about Kevin Martin, um, one thing I didn't like that, and I know that Peely, I guess she gave Kevin permission to do flirt mances in the house and all that. Like, there's is something scummy about. I feel like William was really like a pure, kind person, and I think that Kevin. And I know it's manipulation. It's Big Brother. It is what it is. But I didn't like I think William actually liked Kevin, and I think that Kevin used that. I just don't like seeing that type of thing, you know. Because and the other thing is that we had never gotten a gay showmance like ever before, and the fact that the first gay showmance on one of these reality shows was so fake and like with the potential to hurt a very sweet kid. Yeah, that's me again, middle-aged guy that sees like youngsters as kids. But yeah, William's like a kid, so I didn't like it. Yeah, and to be honest, I'm not usually here for showmance, but we get a lot of uh, straight showmances. That's all we get, and just we had never had the opportunity to see a gay showmance, and the fact that it was a fake manipulation mance, it did not sit right with me at all. Is Zach gay? Is he bi? I mean, it doesn't really matter. I mean, I guess, but I like for some reason I didn't think that it was actually possible between Frankie and Zach, but maybe I'm wrong. Not so fun fact. I was watching. Zach stated he was gay or straight. Sorry. Yeah, and but it still wasn't clear to me. I mean, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. I think that for some people it's fluid. Like for me, I'm straight. But I mean, also I can clearly see when guys are attractive, and I think that like for a lot of people they're unwilling to admit that there are some people that transcend that dichotomy, right? And so like sexuality can be fluid for some people, for others not. I've only dated women, and so that's for me. But I I I kind of got the vibe that Zach is more fluid in his sexuality. Maybe I'm wrong. Not so fun fact though. One thing that is forever etched into my brain, and I wish I could get it out, is Frankie on BB16. I was turned on the live feeds. I'd just become a live feeder basically on BB14, and uh, I was watching, and I guess Nicole Franzel was a nurse once upon a time, and so Frankie had something gnarly going on with his butthole, and he like I turn on the live feeds, and the first thing I see is the camera zoomed in on Frankie's butthole as he's showing Nicole something that he needs a medical professional to see, and I like almost like threw up. I was like, "Oh my god, why would they be showing us this? Please don't show us this." It was it was too much. So I had to like I don't know. I felt like I needed to claw out my eyes. I was like, "Why did I just see this?" And so so it's I guess it's I don't know. You know what? Fuck it. It is Frankie's fault. He's the one who did it. He's the one that burned my eyes, burned my retina. So it was not fun. It was not cool, and I was not amused by it. Yeah, yeah, yeah. By the way, I should also let you guys know I was actually a semifinalist for BB16. And I think I got from 10,000 applicants to the final 50, and then they didn't cast me. So I was almost the first Punjabi Sikh on Big Brother, but Jag beat me to the punch 9 seasons later. Um, but yeah, and I went to Celebration. I don't know if you guys are familiar with Celebration in Florida in 2018 or 2019. I can't remember, and I had met a few people from that season. Like I met Donnie, and first of all, Donnie is an amazing person. In real life, amazing. Like how he came across on TV, amazing. Um, and Donnie and we just realized that I was trying to think who were they trying to cast me for season 16, and I think that it was either me or Donnie. And if I lost out to Donnie, they could only have one bearded guy, I guess, for that season. But if I lost out to Donnie, that's okay. And also, like the season where Derek runs roughshed on the whole season, I probably didn't want to be on that season anyways. But I didn't apply for a future season. Maybe I should, but I kind of figured, I like even though I'm a member of the Sikh faith, I'm Punjabi, and there's a uniqueness, I guess, to it. I kind of didn't want to represent my people because I don't know if you guys watched Yul Kwan on Survivor Cook Islands, but he talked about this how like there's an added pressure that he had to represent his Korean community because of the fact that it was like a racially divided season, and like he had to represent Asian Americans and stuff like that. But like, and I even feel like Jag in season 25, he and Hira, I forget what Big Brother Canada season, the one that they canceled for COVID. I think Big Brother 7, 8, something like that. But like, yeah, like they kind of already laid the groundwork for a turban wearing sick guy to be able to be on Big Brother and to be on reality TV. And now Jag and Jazz, his brother, are going to be on The Amazing Race. So I I have thought about like applying to be on again since I was a former semifinalist, and I've thought about it that I could just like be a sick Punjabi sick guy in the house and just like play and not feel like I have to like play for my community. And I feel like that there is something that's kind of freeing about that. So I do appreciate that. Not only was Jag the first Punjabi Sikh cast on Big Brother US, but he also won. That actually takes a lot of pressure off of me too. The fact that not only was a Sikh cast, but they also won, because like there's really very little like representation. Like the I would say that I grew up thinking that a lot of like black media and black TV shows, they kind of represented me, and then when East Asian shows started popping up, like Chinese and Korean families started popping up, I was like, oh, okay, this kind of like resembles my family structure. But there was never anything that was really marketed towards me and my sensibilities. And um I mean, Survivor, they didn't have a South Asian person until Natalie and Nadia, you know, I forget their last name, Anderson. Natalie and Nadia Anderson, they're Sri Lankan. So, you know, it's, and now Survivor, pretty much every season, almost every season, they have a South Asian person. So, uh, it doesn't listen, it doesn't really matter always, but I think it matters more if you're from that community and they never cast somebody from your community, and then you can never like see how that would look. So anyways, it's a weird type of pressure to be the first, and I wouldn't be, so maybe I should play. Or try to play, I should say. Okay, well, it was supposed to start about 7 minutes ago, so let's see. Let's see where the poll is. Oh, another Big Brother memory. BB15. I don't know if you guys remember like how active Andy was, but you could be watching the live feeds and Andy would be in on one camera and then he would go on to another camera as you're switching cameras. I was actually really amazed by Andy in BB15, and I think the fan community, especially the casual fans, I think they don't give him enough credit. Like he would do things like leave things in specific rooms to give him an excuse to go into those rooms, and like with the added, like he's trying to get intel, of course, but he also did it with the added incentive that if he does this, they're very unlikely to actually uh, be talking about voting him out. And it's obvious, right? Like if you're like uh, talk blocking or cock blocking or whatever you want to call it, talk block. Let's call it that. You're talk blocking, and you can't say shit. And he's like, oh, okay. We're talking about so and so. We're talking about so and so. Of course, it helped that he like got to the end with Spencer and Gina freaking Marie. Like, good lord. But Andy like played a brilliant game, and Andy is a Big Brother player that I've met in real life, and I can't say that I'm a huge fan of him in person. He's kind of like, I don't know. He's got this like it's hard to explain, but he's just not my cup of tea. It's like he's got a mean girl type of personality too. Actually, I think that's what I don't like about him. Steve Moses, I met in person as well. Steve Moses is a sweetheart. He is very much like what I expected him to be. Ian Terry is far more like broy than I thought he would be, or like he tries to be broy. So that was interesting. I don't know if you guys remember Bob from Survivor Gabon. He's awesome. So fun fact. I guess we're an hour plus into the live chat, so I might as well tell you I smoked a little with Bob, and probably won't surprise you, also with Fabio. And yeah, they like to get down. Bob, actually, he I think he grows his own cannabis, so legally in Maine. It's all legal. Any of you got the sticky right now? I'm actually considering. So, welcome back, Paula. It hasn't started yet. Unfortunately, it was supposed to start actually about almost 15 minutes ago. So we are still waiting. I told some interesting stories. While we wait, by the way, I do want to proceed with starting some type of group, invite only. I don't know how much work it's going to be and if it's going to detract from other things that I'm doing, if I need to do it Patreon style. But, okay, let me tell you a couple of the stories, Paula. One that is, like, kind of disgusting and also funny, and a couple others. Uh, one of the stories that is etched in my retina for all of eternity. I turned on the live feeds during BB16 once, and Frankie was in a room with Nicole. Nicole Frenzel was a nurse at the time. I don't think she's a nurse anymore. Frankie apparently had something gnarly going on with his butthole, and I turn on the live feeds, and all of a sudden, I like right in my face on in the camera, it's zoomed in on Frankie's butthole that's slightly red as Nicole's looking at it because she's a nurse, and I had to like I don't know what I did. I wanted to gouge out my eyes at that point. It was very unnerving. So that was oh, I wish I could forget that. You know, yeah, yeah. I there was not enough weed for me to smoke in the world to be okay with that situation. So definitely needed to figure that shit out. Um, hmm. Let me let me update my. Maybe I need to update my camera. I don't know. I don't know what to say. I mean, it's not on. And so, story number two, I was actually a semifinalist for BB 16. I went from, I think it was 10,000 applicants to 50, and I was not selected in the final 16. So I could have been the first Punjabi Sikh on Big Brother, but it ended up being Jag 9 seasons later. And so I talked about how uh, freeing it is. If I haven't really tried to get on Big Brother since, but how freeing it would be to actually go on one of these shows without needing feeling like I need to represent my community because I'm the first or whatever. And also the fact that Jag already represented my community and he ended up winning. No matter what you think about his game, he was voted out and then had a power that saved him and et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. But it's an asterisk game, but he won and the check clears. So that's what it is. So there's something freeing about like not being the first and being able to go forward. So that was one thing that I've actually thought about since he. I haven't tried in the 2 seasons since, but I've thought about like trying to play. Yeah, I would love to actually play Survivor. I'm not like I feel like I'm not like a physical comp person, but I can do well with puzzles. So that is something that I've thought about. It's the thing also is that like it's really hard when you have a job when you're doing other things to take that time off. Um but I feel like I would do it for Survivor Big Brother. I would take whatever PTO I need to, and just get the fuck out of Dodge because yeah, it's a once in a lifetime type of experience, right? So it's kind of weird that it's not on yet. I don't understand. I appreciate that. I really appreciate that. I think that like I would love but here's the thing. I always say that I would love a season that had far more super fans on it and I most assuredly feel like I would. But sometimes that doesn't turn into a good game. That turns into a bunch of people that are game bots that from an entertainment perspective if I'm cast, hell yeah, I want to be on a season where I have predictable players that are going to like not just be completely alien to like proper gameplay. But then I look at a season like right now, I don't know what you guys think, but I really love this current Big Brother season because of the chaos involved. I also really love the Australian Survivor, Australia versus the World, because all of the things about challenge strength also have gone out the window. And from a viewing perspective, I have absolutely no idea who's going to go home week to week, other than I think episode 3 was kind of obvious as soon as Australia lost. I think that was a little bit telegraphed and obvious, but like the first and second boots were pretty pretty like shocking. And the fact that the first boot for the world actually ends up working out and doesn't really hurt them challenge wise, like it was shocking. It was very shocking to me. So I don't know. It's so Paula, where are you American, Canadian? Or have you tried for any of these shows? Oh, you're in the US. Yeah. That's the thing. I think that Suri can win going to the end with anybody. I think that there's such a like there's so many Lisas out there that just want to see Suri do as well as she can, and I think that it would be really interesting if she got to the end. I don't know if Parvati realizes though, and I mentioned this a little bit earlier, but it bears mentioning. I don't know if Parvati understands that um, Tony is actually a better like if it's a final two. Tony is a better final two partner for her, um, and I think that it's like it's like one of you'd have to die and come back to life to apply for Survivor. Yeah. Well, I hope it's not that extreme for you, but yeah, you know. But I think Parvati can beat Tony, and I think that one of the things about Tony is the fact that he's won twice and Parvati's won once. And while that shouldn't matter in how one votes, humans do tend to care about that type of stuff. And I think that sometimes we overvalue what the edit is showing us. We see an edit of the show and we're like, oh, okay, the edit is telling the whole story when it's just really a like an hour and a half episode that is condensed for what 2 days worth of dialogue. So you know, I think that nobody's going to give Tony win number 3. And that's why Parvati should go with Tony. But I think that people who see Parvati and Sri at the end, they'll be like Parvati won once and she almost won twice. And so, like, if I was on a jury and I see Parvati and Sri and I'm just both are playing great games or whatever, and it just comes down to personal preference, I would vote Suri to win, and for that reason, Parvati should like have a tighter bond with Tony. And I mentioned earlier that Parvati having her bond with David would have worked out really well for her if they were able to get to the merge together because of David. Then Parvati's the only one that knows that David won 5.8 million. Like there are people on her tribe that know that he won Dondi, but unless we didn't see that and they did and she said it or whatever. But also, I'm not sure if Dondi like was if they understood that Dondi was gonna air before. Australian Survivor, and so like they weren't bound by their clause. I'm sure that like there were some lawyers in there that were like looking at it and were like, okay, you can mention this on Australian Survivor because it's airing after the Dondi winner is going to be revealed. But that would have been huge for Parvati sitting next to David and being like, look, this Golden God won $5.8 million. He's the winningest reality TV show contestant in the history of reality TV shows in the world. Like 5.8 million. He doesn't need anything. So I don't know. Yeah, Lisa would vote for Suri. But here's the thing that's interesting about Lisa. Lisa is a winner. Like she comes across as this like super nerdy fangirl, and she's that too, I guess. But like she's a winner, and I haven't seen her season, but from what people say, she's a good winner, and she's like I guess she was wearing a RHAP Rob has a podcast shirt like during her New Zealand Survivor season, but like I like Lisa is interesting also because like I think that Lisa would be playing to win in all circumstances, unless if she could lay down her sword for Suri to win. She's like uh the Izzy to Suri's Suri, and like Lisa is like I don't think she's willing to do that for anybody else, and so I don't even know if Lisa would want to win if she was in the end with Suri. I think that I don't know. It's a weird thing to even say out loud, but it feels like Lisa is self-interested in every situation except Suri's her kryptonite. And I kind of get it. I really do get it. I remember watching Suri in what was her first season, Panama, Survivor Panama, or Exile Island, maybe was it called? Um, but she was like I remember the first episode. She was such a fish out of water, and then she became uh, the Godfather by uh, like a couple episodes before the merge or something like that, and then she just like I don't know. She's just she's a good player. She's good at these games. Far better player than her son Jared. I'll tell you that. Yeah, I'm gonna try to make that happen. I I'm still trying to figure out what is the best way for us to be able to watch all of the Australian seasons. I think that one of the things that I was kind of suggesting also is watching the original season for each of the players and maybe just doing watch parties on Discord or something along those lines. Yeah. Yeah, the thing about Suri is that she's like first of all, she's brilliant. She's so smart, but she's also like she has this ability to be emotionally flexible with the people that she's working with while making them feel like she's their number one, but also without them being bitter at her when she cuts them. It's like there's so many alsos, so many like subtleties to her game that it's really hard to pinpoint. And I think that everything works for Suri. And there's some amount of messiness to her game that she's able to clean up in real time too. And we saw this really well on BB25. She's not like the type of mastermind that minimizes all mistakes the way that like Derek Lavasser did. She's more messy like Dr. Will, but she's not like as obnoxious as Dr. Will can be. She's she's willing to, and she's able to like have like she I'm sure Suri actually like goes by um the old adage of she forgives but doesn't forget as well. And so like I think that she's just not like pedantic about uh how she plays. So yeah. But Suri gets in her moments where she's like frustrated with the idiots around her and she needs to decompress. And I think it's easier for her to do that on Survivor, where she can just like go off into jungle and just like have her little like personal pity party. I think it was really hard for her in the Big Brother house. And so I don't think her heart was in it, and she still got to top 5. So, you know. And the more I think about it, like Jag really, if he wasn't going to win in that final 5, especially now, knowing now what I didn't know then, that Matt was not going to be able to articulate his case at all. But I also didn't, I guess I didn't really understand that Matt was almost drawing dead before final jury. I always say final tribal. It feels like final tribal for Big Brother, but I know that's not what it's called. Is it called a thing? The final jury speeches. What do they call that? Does anybody know? Oh, we're live. Let me do the quad cam. It is starting. Gonna check the quad cam to see. Okay. Which angle do you guys want? The camera 1 or camera 2? I'm gonna try camera 4. I think that's the one that has the best view. Okay, Cody, you prefer the quad cam. Okay. Okay. Let's see. Let me try to see. Uh, in third position is definitely Ava. In fifth position is Keanu. In second to last position is Morgan. First position. Who's first? Let's see.
I survived the tornado. I can't see it. Oh, I'm shivering. I have got everything all wet. I can't see. Fuck.
Oh, good.
First position looks like it's.
Well, it looks like that passed quickly.
Oh, shit.
First position looks like Vince to me.
Well, it looks like that passed quickly. I hope the rest of your journey is more pleasant.
Yeah, I think Morgan's in the fluorescent colors. Exactly.
Oh, I should take my contacts out.
Fuck off. Oh, shit.
Oh.
Yeah, it's Vince in the top position. Is that Mickey, number 2?
No way.
No, it might be Ashley. Can't tell. Looks like Lauren is next to Keanu. Keanu's in the 5th position, Lauren in the 6th, looks like to me. Ava's looking to drop. Nope. Actually, you know what? I think that might be Ashley in the fluorescent clothing, and it might be Morgan in the top left.
Oh, my God.
It is Ashley in the light? Okay. Thanks for clarifying that. So it's got to be Morgan then. It's Vince, Morgan, Ava, somebody, and then Keanu. And then I think Lauren. See, I already wrote off Ashley from being able to win this simply because she likes to take long, hot showers. And, like, being cold and wet does not seem like something that Ashley would like. She seems to be doing all right.
That looks like it might be starting to burn. That looks like it might be starting to burn.
Does that look like Kelly between Ava and Keanu to you guys? Yeah, I can switch the quad. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. I think it's Kelly between Ava and Keanu. I think you're right. Thanks. Me. Yeah, this is the problem with the quad cam is that it just like... Alright, let me see if I can see better. Actually, you know what, guys? I think that it's better if we go from cameras 1 to camera 3, then we can see all of their front faces. So let's... Let me go to camera 1 and then camera 3. So just so we know the order. Okay. Let's... Sorry, y'all. Let's see.
Coco's about to fall off.
Vince. Is that Mickey? Ava. Yeah, it's Kelly. And that's Keanu.
Ooh, is that another thunderstorm?
Oh, you're right. That is Morgan. Sorry. Now let's go to camera 2. So it's Vince, Morgan, Ava, Kelly, Keanu. That's not the right one. Sorry.
Luckily, that's
Okay. Catherine, Lauren, Mickey, Ashley, and Will. Yep, we got the order.
Well, it looks like that passed quickly.
Okay.
Just like home. Oh, you know that one did go faster.
Now let's switch to
Fuck, it's in my contacts.
quad cam.
I should have taken them out. This is so much better than dealing with a murderous scoundrel. Maybe we're wrong. I don't know.
We're figuring this out as we go, guys. I know this is bootleg is all hell, but it will do. Yep, that is right, Cody. Yeah, Kelly was really she kept on covering her face. She still is. So she was actually really hard to make out. It was actually her glasses that allowed me to make her out. Oh. I love that. This is the part of Big Brother that makes it really hard for me to recommend Big Brother to friends because they're like, is this like Double Dare for like Nickelodeon Double Dare for like adults? And it's like, well, kinda, I guess. I don't know.
Wow.
Wow, that looks like more than a cold. I agree. I agree is crazy. Literally. I'm jealous.
Well, I'm glad that we figured out what the order is before the slime. Because I don't know if we could have at this point. I'm actually kind of surprised that Will is still up there and Keanu as well, but I feel like you know, it's a lot more weight. Maybe when they tilt uh the wall next time, maybe that's going to cause somebody to fall. that's that's actually really true. Malik. Yeah, that's so true. I think I've made it up in my mind that Will is not going to win comps because of his stature and his age. But you're absolutely right. He has military service, but he also is around basketball all the time, right? He's like a podcaster or a commentator for women's basketball, I think. So I'm sure he has some athletic prowess. And honestly, if I'm Will, I don't want to win comps. But the only thing that I like kind of give pause. He talked about in the veto episode that he was trying to win comps. I was just assuming that Will would just throw comps because why should he win? You know, everybody likes him, and yeah, he can end up on the block, but there's really rare circumstances where he's going to go home against anybody. Actually, I don't even know who Will would target. Yeah, like see Cody, that's the thing. um Will should not win this. He absolutely should not, but he shouldn't look like pathetic in the competition either. He should look like he's trying. He doesn't want to give away like Will. I know that whole segment that he's not listening to people and stuff like that, but I think he's just like a kind nice guy, and like he's the type of guy that I would want to be around. So he shouldn't win. He should not have any enemies. He has none right now, and he should just float his way to the top, and not the floaters grab a life vest way that Rachel would talk about floaters. I'm talking about like June's song BB4 style floaters. He should float his way to the top. Yeah, Riley had over a minute left and locked in. Like, could he? They had to have been able to see the other people's scores, right? Like, it looked like to me that he should have been able to see that Mickey had 38. So I don't know. He should have tried more, and he had a minute left. He shouldn't have buzzed in.
Damn, this sucks. Look at the song back on.
I don't think so. I like. I'm not saying that production doesn't influence things, but for production could tell me to throw a comp, and I would be like, yeah, go fuck yourselves. Like, come on, like, sure, but does he have to listen to production to throw a comp where he can be voted out that day? I don't think so. I think Riley's just like kind of dumb. And I think Riley probably thought that he could save Mickey, and also his his him and Mickey seemed to be BFFs or whatever after she stole his HOH. I don't know. Maybe he thought he had the votes against Morgan, or maybe he just like didn't even look over at Mickey's side to see what her number was. Maybe he didn't see it himself. No, nobody's dropped yet. Yeah, Keanu's going to have a hard time. He's got too many muscles for this.
What's that over there? I think I see another thunderstorm approaching.
Oh. Yeah, Keanu's struggling. This is not for a person with big muscles and with some meat to them. I think Lauren is a heavy favorite of mine, and I think when we were waiting for the comp to start, a lot of us were talking about Lauren. Yeah, I think she's got what it takes to win a comp like this. That's for damn sure. Morgan, Lauren, Catherine, also throw out there Vince. I think Vince has a proper body type. Ashley and Mickey. Um, Kelly can win this too. I've just listed everybody basically, but you pretty much have to be like slender and not too tall to win a comp like this. House, you might not have been here for this, but I think that one of the handicaps for Ashley is we know that she likes long showers, long hot showers. We don't know how she does it cold with cold water, and I think that that could handicap Ashley, and that's why I do not think Ashley's gonna win.
It looks like the train
Stupid
got
reason,
right through
I
that
know.
storm.
Yeah, Ava is solid, and the other thing about Ava is I didn't realize how short she is compared to everybody else too. Uh, that typically helps. Yeah, I agree about Vince. He's I don't know. Like Vince is like clearly like the best like gamer coming into this or whatever, but he's so freaking whiny. He's so fucking whiny. I can't deal with
Wow,
his
that looks like a
whininess.
sharp turn.
Okay, I usually they do this when somebody dropped. Okay, we have it in the chat who is who. Top row was Vince, Morgan, Ava, um, Kelly, and Keanu. And then the bottom row were Catherine, Lauren, Mickey, Ashley, and Will, in that order. Oh, thanks, Cody. You're the best. Alright, I wonder who dropped. That that's what we're gonna find out when we come back. Usually they go to break when somebody drops. Yeah, I think Keanu as well. It really is hard though. It is really hard when you have that much muscle mass and you have to hold that up. Um, and of course, like Keanu has his advantages in other comps, so nobody's gonna cry for him, but uh, does not favor him. Who do I want to win, BB? Um, yeah, I could, I could get down. I don't know how Ava and Keanu get to the end though, because I think that they're like likely to target each other at some point. Keanu Vince could definitely get to the end together. I think that Vince would potentially see Keanu as a comp beast that he can ride to the end, who is his goat. I think Vince would look at it that way, but I'm not so sure that Keanu is a goat, especially if he's sitting at the end with Vince. In other seasons, he might be, but not in this season. That's my opinion. I could be wrong. One final two I don't want, honestly, is Lauren and Catherine, primarily because I think it would be such a boring endgame if that's our final two. And Lauren's really sweet, and I hate even saying this because she is very sweet, and she is like good at the game and etc etc etc. But she's so boring. Okay, who do we have? Will is Gonzo. Will and Ashley, they're out.
Will and Ashley have been thrown from the train!
Oh, you can't see it right now, but Will's walking around like like he hurt something. I feel kind of bad. See, Blake, like my whole problem with Vince is that he understands the game so well, but then he's like a whiny, grovelly, like I don't know. I just don't like it. And I get it. It like works and it is what it is, but I don't like that gameplay. I don't like that he's so whiny. And he also like has so much social capital in situations that he doesn't use, which is really annoying to me about Vince as well. Yeah, and see that's the thing, Sue. Like Vince is on paper the type of player that I would normally like, but in actuality, he's like I don't know. It's like when you're dating somebody and they're uh, really insecure when they about things that they shouldn't be insecure about. It makes it even worse, type of thing, and that's how I feel about Vince. All right, who do we think is out this time? It was Morgan? Oh. Who would I want to win this season? I don't know. To be honest, I don't know if I have like somebody who I necessarily want. What I want is I want an unpredictable game. That's what I want. So I don't want anybody to run roughshod on everybody else. I would like a unpredictable back and forth game that's exciting and we don't know who goes home every week. And if that type of game leads to a person like Maggie from Big Brother 6 winning, so be it. I care more about like being entertained during the game than I do about the winner. Mount Rushmore BB players. Okay. Mount Rushmore is four. Is it 4 or 5 players? 4 players? Dr. Will. If we're talking about like best players to play, I'm gonna include one non-winner in there. So I would include Dr. Will, Dan, Derek, and oh, the 4th is a tough one. No, you know what? I'll just have winners. And maybe it's unfair that it's going to be all guys, but that's just how it is. Dr. Will, Dan, Derek, and Andy. I think Andy wins. No matter what Big Brother fans think, he wins. He wins a lot of seasons, and yeah. and he wins a lot of seasons because of like a lot of the work that he did in his season. So, and if I bump Andy, I would probably bump him for Danielle Reyes or Vanessa Russo. Um, See, the problem I have with Cody is his first time playing. He had the opportunity to go to the end with Victoria, and he chose to go to the end with Derek. And I mean, I get it, I guess, but no, I don't get it. I don't get it at all. Actually, um, yeah, that it's hard for me to look at Cody in any other light. And it's really hard to judge all-star seasons where people have pre-game alliances going in, and Cody very much so had pre-game alliances. So it's just really hard for me to like look at that on par with some of the others. I mean, yeah, but Haas speaks to Cody's character, I guess. But like, what character? I mean, I know you have Stockholm syndrome when you go into the Big Brother house, and I've never experienced it, but it's like you don't really owe these people anything. Like, you didn't know they existed 3 months prior to the finale night. So, like, who do you owe? Do you owe that player you're sitting next to that you lose, that he ended up losing $500,000 to? Or do you owe it to your family to bring home the win? So that's why like I can't look at it in terms of honor and integrity that it's great to take your friend to the end. You literally have Victoria right there. Victoria is sitting right there. Cody wins the final HOH. There's not a damn thing that Derek can do about it. And I know people have said that if anybody from their alliance went did not take one of their alliance mates to the end, then they would vote for Victoria. But come on, are they actually voting for Victoria? I don't think so. So Cody should have won that season. Okay, who is out? Morgan. Morgan is out. How is Keanu still in this? How are his arms not burning? Keanu is. Listen, again, I'm not a huge. I'm not a huge comp fan, but man, Keanu can win so many different comps. It's insane. Okay, so in the top, it's Vince, and then Morgan, she fell, and then Ava, and then Kelly and Keanu, and then in the bottom screen it is Catherine, Lauren, and Mickey, and then Ashley and Will. They both fell. I haven't done a Big Brother fantasy pool actually. I'm really interested in it, as I've always played fantasy baseball and I used to play fantasy football. Oh shit! I didn't see. Did anybody see who it looked like was falling? Oh, that's weird. No, I Keanu didn't fall. I think that nobody fell when we came back from that break. Keanu looks like he's going to fall though. I'm actually like really impressed that Keanu's lasted this long. Um, you went to the same high school as Rachel. That's cool. Hoss, I think that that's something that we should definitely be doing. And I also want to do a Survivor snake draft for the next for season 49. Yeah, that's weird. They cut away, but we didn't lose anybody. I could have sworn that Keanu was going to be the guy who dropped. Does it look like he was looked like his arms were kind of burning.
We're passing through the famous town of Blueberry. Unfortunately, its residents don't like our noisy train, so they tend to throw things.
Have you guys ever done spin art? This kind of looks like one of those creations that they make in spin art. I think Lauren would put up Rachel, and I kind of feel like Lauren would put up Rachel. Who would she put up next to her? Probably. Should probably put up Rachel, Keanu, and Kelly. Oh, Mickey just fell. Actually, now that I think about it, would Lauren target Rachel or would Lauren target Mickey? Yeah, I tend to agree with Country Life that Lauren is going to rely heavily on Vince's opinion. Um, because she's like a timid player. She's not, I don't know. She's not an aggressive player. But the thing about a player like Lauren is, as boring as of a gameplay as it is, it can get you far and it can also get you the win if you end up in the final two. She's going to have to not be insecure. She's going to have to figure out how to like give a speech and all of that stuff. So I don't want to completely poo-poo Lauren's game. Oh, Ava's out. Ava's out. Okay, so from in the top we have oh, we had Vince, who is next to Keanu? Vince, Kelly, and Keanu top, yep. And then we have Catherine and Lauren in the bottom. If Keanu wins this comp, like I don't know what to say. His body type never wins this comp. It I'd find it very impressive if Keanu can win it. He has so much weight to hold on to when the wall is tilting. It's hard. I don't even know what Kelly would do, but I feel like the one thing Kelly would do is like get out somebody that she should not get out and keep in somebody that hates her guts and is willing to put her up next week, like right away as their primary target. So yeah, that's really smart. I saw that too, Cody.
As quickly as that started, it's past.
Cat's about to fall.
Oh, look! A flock of pink flamingos up there on the track. Remember, they aren't moving.
Sarah, Rachel is not she's not playing in this HOH. She's the outgoing HOH, so she can't compete. She's the host for this comp. Oh, Kelly's about to fall. It looks like. No, it doesn't look like Cat fell.
Oh, they stretch her back like that? Oh, that actually does feel kind of good.
Oh, Keanu.
Wow, that actually feels great.
Good job, Kelly.
All right, Kelly's gone. How the hell is Keanu still up there? Yeah, but I think Keanu has some like Zen yoga techniques. Like Keanu's an interesting person. He's very like tapped into a spiritual side. I would not doubt that he has some like the stretching techniques just work for him. He's able to like collect himself. I don't know. Lauren is second on the bottom. Catherine is first. See, like, I can't. Like, you might be right, Sue, just out of sure will, but, like, man, I have no idea how Keanu is staying into this, like, nearly an hour in. Like, what the hell?
London, you okay? How many people? No, I'm back on fire. Maybe it's just over here or this is a true physical. No, this physical. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I think Catherine nominates Rachel, and see, the weird thing about it is that Keanu is on the side of the house that will also nominate Keanu while having a actual like relationship or friendship or whatever with Rachel, but not being aligned with her or the people that are aligned with her. It's really weird. I don't get it. Um, and it's almost to the point where, okay, fine, Keanu keeps on voting with that side of the house. Maybe he literally needs a person like Catherine to just like win HOH and put his ass on the block for him to truly understand that they ain't with you. Yeah, everything about Keanu's body type, everything, it does not help him. It's amazing to me that Keanu has lasted this long.
I know. That's wrong.
Vince expect the new Power Alliance he was adopted into. I don't know. Like, who does Vince nominate if he doesn't nominate Rachel? That's kind of the problem that I have here. I mean, Vince can't nominate Catherine because that alienates Lauren.
Mind over matter.
So Vince ends up nominating Keanu. Oh, Keanu is gone. Keanu is out.
Great job. Nice try, Keanu. Good job, Keanu. Good job, guys. No, yeah, that was crazy. Careful going too far forward. No, be careful. Don't pull me. Good job, Keanu. Nice job, Keanu. You're insane. You are literally a beast. Yeah, you're a beast. You weigh like 3 times as much as I weigh. Hey, would you have to arch your back a little bit? Because you got a booty too. I know. I'm sorry, Louis got a fat ass.
Vince has a girlfriend, and also look up Vince's girlfriend because she looks like a older version of Lauren. It's actually really kind of uncanny. They resemble each other quite a bit. Vince's girlfriend's she's cute. But yeah, definitely an older version of Lauren. Nah, he's not homeless. He lives with his parents, and I believe that they're somewhat well to do. Um, I was shocked too when I saw Vince's girlfriend, but yeah, she's very pretty, and
It's cold right here. Oh, Lord. Why do you?
kind of looks like Lauren.
Oh, my God. Hold on. Oh. You got it? You got it?
I agree, Cody. I want Catherine to win primarily because I think Catherine is better in DRs than Lauren is. And I think that their nominations are going to be pretty similar to each other, and they'll they'd probably influence each other. So I'd prefer like the person who gives better DRs to win HOH.
You guys look cold. How about a steam shower?
You are very welcome, JL.
You look cold. How about a steam shower? Good job, y'all.
Yeah, Sue, I really wanted Keanu to win this. I think his HOH would have been the most fun out of the last four that remain. But if one of these three has to win, I'm rooting Catherine primarily because Vince is so whiny and Lauren is boring. Lauren's nice. I feel really bad, by the way, of like I feel like I'm mean about Lauren, but you guys know what I mean. Like she's a good person, it seems like, and she's kind. But she's so boring.
A murderous scoundrel has taken control of the train!
That's actually a really good point, Sue. You're absolutely right because oh, Catherine's about to fall. Catherine, get back. Oh, sorry, that was Lauren. Okay, Lauren. And then there were two. Yeah, that was Lauren. I could have sworn it was Catherine, but I guess Lauren's taller than Catherine.
I don't get why you get paid nothing for anybody else after that. Not really.
Yeah, Blake, Riley is difficult to talk about because it's not so much that he actually like did anything per se. I think like with Riley, a lot of what it was that he was like, yeah, exactly what Sue said. It's like people who have been in relationships with a narcissist that tries to like control your every move, that talks differently around you in aggressive ways than they do around the group. Like they weren't in a. He was very clingy, and they weren't in a relationship. I don't know. There's something about it that rubbed me the wrong way about it. Sorry, Haas. Cody. To be fair to Cody, we all thought that that was Kat, and then Lauren. But now we know. Now we know that Kat is considerably shorter than Lauren.
Get in, y'all.
Yeah, Sue, I don't know. Okay, well, I'll just say it. My ex girlfriend, she was kind of narcissistic, and it's I don't know. There's a manipulation to it that is not like cool. Oh yeah, Blake, I actually agree with that point that like for example, Evil Dick, he literally like burned Jen with a cigarette. Like he should have been removed from the game for that. I don't give a shit what anybody says, but you burned somebody with a cigarette, like there is a like you can say a lot of things about Evil Dick that were distasteful, but that's actual assault. Like you can't. I don't know. I think that they should have removed him for that. But I agree that it's not like Riley did anything that warranted him being removed from the game. And also, by the way, Taylor made that exact same point that the rules of the house are as they are, and he hasn't really done anything to warrant him being removed from the game. So Taylor like kind of backed that up that the way he should leave is through the machinations of the game by being evicted on somebody's HOH.
You got this, Captain. You got this, Vinny.
I'm impressed. I'm impressed with both Kat and Vince.
Nice. Cat, squeeze your core. You got it.
Vince's noms. See, Vince is probably the least predictable nom because he's been playing the middle. I mean, if you're everybody's friend, something's got to give if you win HOH. So I actually agree. Whoever wrote that they wanted Vince to win, I kind of agree from that standpoint. I just hope that a Vince victory does not mean a Keanu exit. That's what I hope.
Hold on, Catherine. Catherine, squeeze your core.
Oh, Vince wins. Vince wins. Cat's out.
Are you kidding me? I love that, Vinny. Let's go, Vinny! It's okay, Catherine. Oh my god, you get your picture. Give him back his leg. Killed it. Good job, Cat. You killed it. Cat, pull that out, too. Good job.
What do you all think? I'm actually really excited. Vince winning. Vince is the new HOH. What is he gonna do? He's not. He can't be friends with everybody. Like, what is going to happen? So I'm actually excited. I think that this is going to lead to some interesting conversations this week. Who's he going to nominate? Uh, he can't be a weasel. He can't play two sides. What is he going to do? Yeah, I get that perspective also, country life, but it is what it is. I like the pendulum swinging back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. And if Vince winning this week puts him on the record for who he's targeting, and that ends up with him being evicted next week, it would be kind of funny. It would be really funny if the two guys on jury are at the jury phase are Keanu and Will. That would, I don't know. It's everything about it is hilarious to me. So yeah, I think we're of the same mind, Sue. It's and I thought it was really funny, really interesting. This episode that Vince completely forgot that he had a first week final two with Kelly. I thought that was kind of funny, and Kelly bringing it back up. Um, Wouldn't it be hilarious if Kelly is one of the people that Vince has to put back up on the block and he just doesn't realize that the game is not what it was in week one when she volunteered for the block, that she's playing a different game? It'd be funny. But anyways, thanks for watching. Vince's HOH. And until next time, peace.